Professor Lorette Jacobs from the School of Social Sciences at the University of South Africa. And we have Karen Concha and Josefa Alfaro from the Metropolitan Technological University of the State of Chile in South America. Then we have Nombuso Zondi from the Durban University of Technology. Yeah, those are our main speakers, but however, we have other contributors to the special issue that are here with us from CPUT, Selima Mulopa. Then we have Talifani Ramaliba. Welcome, colleagues, and thanks for coming all the way to be with us physically. Our distinguished speakers will share insights on the integration of open science practices into various research fields, highlighting its benefits to researchers, institutions, and the public. Discussions will focus on the role of artificial intelligence in streamlining the research process using data-driven tools. These discussions will explore the three interrelated elements in the role of information discovery and enhancing research. That is artificial intelligence, information science, and open science. Colleagues, I will pause there to give more time to our speakers, but let me just mention some housekeeping. The bathrooms are just on your left-hand side as you exit the room, walking towards the information desk. So you exit the room, you walk towards the information desk, and on your left-hand side, the bathrooms are there for both males and females. In the first session, we're going to have two presenters. Then we'll take a comfort break for 10 minutes. We'll give an opportunity to engage with each speaker at the end of each presentation. There will be refreshments served after the two presentations. And then with the second session, after the short break, we shall have our last speaker, then the closing remarks from Professor Jacobs. On the programs, colleagues, I'd like to bring your attention to the bios for all speakers. Please read them through so that we can have more time for presentations. Thank you. At this point in time, I invite Dr. Matt Moyo, our Chief Director here at the Northwest University, responsible for our three campuses, Potchefstroom, Van der Bijl Park, and Mafikeng. He is the head of our libraries. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Moyo.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon. See, we are still the same people that we had this morning, except maybe for Prof Jacobs here. But the majority of us, I see, we were together. Not sure about the online participation, but I'm rising up here, as the program director has indicated, to just say welcome to you all to the second session or second segment of our today's proceedings. For those of us who were able to join us in the morning, we had the main program for the week, where the DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, welcomed us and addressed us in terms of the week's theme, and the week was then officially opened. So having said this, I think Nelly, as the program director, has already extended special welcome remarks to our special guests. It's very rare for us to get guests from the other end, but normally it's us going to the other end. So welcome, Prof Jacobs. I see also Mr. Lazarus Matizirofa, who is in our midst. He's actually one of the champions and chief advocate in terms of open access. I think he has been here a couple of times. I remember at some point he joined us in Mahikeng during one of the open access week events. So Mr. Matizi, welcome. Our colleagues from Chile, welcome again. And of course, our local guests from Durban University of Technology, and also our guests from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Please feel welcome. And of course, our collaborators in terms of research support. I see our program director early in the morning, Ms. Sama Kose, but I also saw some colleagues who are joining us online from research support, and all those colleagues who have managed to join us on this occasion. For us, this is really a testimony that we do not just talk, but we walk the talk. And this is basically why we are here, to witness that testimony that as Northwest University and LIS, we don't just talk research, but we conduct research and we implement after researching. A few years back, we accepted a challenge from colleagues in France, Turkey, I think UK, where we rolled out an international survey and we represented South Africa on that survey. And we shared an output. Out of that, I think so far we shared 2 outputs, one focusing on the data sharing practices among researchers at South African universities. Then the second paper focused on data literacy training needs of researchers at South African universities. So many papers have been published, but lately we have rolled out a special one, and it is that special one which brings us together. It's special in that it was not published in a closed journal, but it was published in an open journal. So it's not a coincidence that we are coming here today. It was well timed because those articles that were published are accessible, open access. I'm not sure if I'm leaving anybody that I would or I should welcome here, but I would want to simply say, let's all feel welcome. And when we get an opportunity to engage with our speakers, let's engage with them. With these few words, this seminar, the second session seminar here at Northwest University is officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moyo, for those warm, welcoming remarks. Much appreciated. It is a long day, but somehow we feel energized now. I was feeling a little bit tired, but after the welcoming, I feel more energized. Colleagues, I'm going to invite now Professor Lorette Jacobs. While she's busy opening her presentation, I will just tell you what the presentation is about. Okay, Dr. Jacobs, sorry, Professor Jacobs' presentation is on R2D2 and other artificial intelligences, catalysts for empowering or eroding access to information. In her abstracts, she states a lot of questions that will be answered by the presentation. She says, if we consider that any artificial intelligence has the power to contribute, to distribute information for good and for ill, we have to ask ourselves what we as humans want to use AI for. Are we willing to accept information it provides and its absolute truth, or are we willing to question the information to consider for ourselves the value and importance of information? Professor Jacobs is ready. Over to you. Let me assist you.
No, it's fine, sir. Yeah,
It's fine with that? Oh,
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
yes.
If I sound a bit blocked, I am. So forgive me if I start coughing or if my nose all sort of suddenly just go and stop working. I think it's this time of the year where we all get, I don't know if it's stress or just change of season. But let me start by asking, because I've got an audience here of young people, which is great. I'm very glad to see you here. But I don't want to say older, or let's call it mature, more mature colleagues. R2D2, who of you know who that is or what that is? Okay, I've got one person in this room. So let me give a little bit of context first. If you are a Star Wars fan, have you heard of Star Wars? Okay. If you are a Star Wars fan, you will know that R2D2 is one of the robots used. Thank you so much. That helps to save the world or the planet, for that matter. Helps to save Princess Leia and against Darth Vader. Does that all make sense? Does it ring a bell? All right. So the question that we have, and before I ask the question, I first want to play you a little video. So let's hope this will work. Oh.
Stop sharing. Or making sure it includes sound, I should have.
See this comments I do somebody.
Go back home.
Here comes the
And you are?
R2D2, Your Highness.
Why I should stick my neck out for you is quite beyond my capacity.
Only Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Space travel sounds rather perilous. I can assure you they will never get me onto one of those dreadful starships. What should R2 and I do if we're discovered here? Lock the door. I wish I had your confidence. No, I don't think he
And
likes you.
for my
No, I don't like you either.
I'm quite certain I would remember if I had a best friend.
Don't you
It's-
feel
yeah.
R2D2. Bo, say 3POR.
I don't believe we have been introduced. I am C3 relations. I am
R2D2, Your Highness.
Why I should stick my neck out for you is quite beyond my capacity.
Only Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Space travel sounds rather perilous. I can assure you they will never get me onto one of those dreadful starships. What should R2 and I do if we're discovered here?
Lock the door. I wish I had your confidence.
No, I don't think he likes you at all. No, I don't like you either.
I'm quite certain I would remember if I had a best friend.
Don't you call me a mindless philosopher, you overweight glob of grease. I don't know what all this trouble is about, but I'm sure it must be your fault. You watch your language. You'll be malfunctioning within a day, you nearsighted scrap pile. And don't let me catch you following me.
R2, I really don't think we should rush into all this.
Sometimes I'm amazed we're in as good condition as we are.
Please be careful, you're singeing my circuits.
Wake up!
Why does nobody ever tell me anything, R2? He's always getting himself into trouble. Oh no! Quickly! R2, don't leave me!
Hang on tight, R2. You've got to come back.
Okay, come on, stop.
You wouldn't want my life to get boring, would you?
Such a friend.
All right. I just played you a little bit of that video. What did you thought about the two robots? Did you like them? Ooh, I've got a sleepy audience. Afternoon blues. Is that what we call them? All right. Did you like the two robots?
Yes.
Yes. Did you think that they were intelligent? No. Why not? Maybe one of them that could talk sounded intelligent. If that robot told you to go and jump off a cliff, would you believe him? Why not? Because he's so cute. If that robot told you that tomorrow the sun is not going to come up, it's going to rain all day, would you believe him then? Probably. No, because we don't really know what's going on with our weather. Now, what I'm trying to get across to you is that we often believe that these robots, and remember, all AI is in a way a robot. It all has got a trail of how it's been written, and it all thinks in the same way, meaning that it was programmed to think. There's an algorithm behind it. So these robots, these AIs, do we trust them? Most of the time, be honest, eh? If you're a student, our young colleagues there, what do we do when we have to write an assignment? ChatGPT, here we go. Hey, man, sorted. And we believe everything that is being said to us. So my question to you is, consider the following. A robot or any other artificial intelligence can be used for good and evil. You agree? This was said by Isaac Asimov. How many of you have heard about Isaac Asimov? A few of you. He lived when? My husband will know, many moons ago. So because of the AI tools that we have, libraries are no longer the focal point for access to information. We don't actually go to libraries these days to find information. We chat GPT quickly, or Pilot, Copilot, or whatever else we want to use it. So via the internet and the web, many users can access vast amounts of volumes of information that they don't necessarily know whether it is truth, or whether it is accurate, or whether it has actually any integrity. And what do we mean by integrity? That it was written by somebody. These days, an AI can write a chapter or a manuscript or a book, or even write a song, produce a song better than most people can. So we don't actually know, when we see these things on the web and the internet, whether they are true, whether they are accurate, whether they have been produced by somebody. So these technological advancements and the extensive format in which data and information is being shared present several problems to us as humans. The biggest one, the fact that we have been manipulated, and excuse me if I say that, but that's really true, and indoctrinated over years to accept that a computer can think better than a human. Is that not true? Why do we use ChatGPT so easily? Because we think it can do the job better than we can. Not that it can, but we think so. And for that reason, it is much easier to then manipulate our thoughts, our actions, our views. Because remember, behind this AI, who's there? There's a somebody. There's a programmer. There's a much cleverer person than we are that want to make sure that we think, that we act, and that we behave in a certain way. So what we need to do is to understand that AI technology has changed the way in which we look at information completely. We are now receivers of information, not creators of information. We receive them via the internet. We receive them via the AIs. They may not have been produced by us. They have been produced somewhere. It can be a combination of all sorts of other things from all sorts of sources combined together and presented to us. But we don't know where this information comes from. So what's the biggest problem with ChatGPT? There's no references. Right? We don't know who actually put that together. So this AI goes, it sources the information that's most relevant, it thinks, for you. It presented it to you, and it says, voila, I have thought for you. So you receive the information instead of creating it yourself, going to the information sources and making sure that you actually have read through that and can understand this whole topic that you are engaged with. So the question is, are we willing to accept that information that AI produces or provides is the absolute truth? Or are we willing to question it, to look at the value and the importance of that information? Now, mostly you colleagues that's sitting here and that's online will say, well, you know what, we can think, we information professionals, we work with sources, we can figure out whether something is working or not. But what about the majority of our students? What about the majority of our society? Are they able to do that? Are they able to identify what is truth and what is not? So we know there's technological disruptions everywhere around us. We have 4IR, now we're going to 5IR, we're going to Society 5.0. Who's heard about 5.0? Society 5.0, just one. Okay, what's happening in Society 5.0? It's where humans uses technology in such a way that we have to do less and they take over. Danger? Is there? You can decide. So our technological disruptions is paving the way for transformative changes in the way we live, the way we think, and the way in which we engage in information. What is important for us as humans is really to consider whether these AI technologies can empower us as humans to move forward, or is it acting as an erosion? So is it breaking down our society, our values, our principles, our beliefs, our behaviors? Is it changing it so that we act the way that people want us to? I don't really believe in the Illuminati and people wanting to control the whole world. But when you start thinking about who's controlling the technology, you are starting to think, what is the motive behind making sure that we all think in a specific way? So what is it that shapes us and now shapes our thinking? Search engines, digital libraries, digital repositories, social networks, content sharing, open access resources, cloud storage, mobile applications, virtual realities, augmented realities, digital assistants, and generative AI. Now, the biggest thing in all of this, and to make sure that we get our colleagues, our students, people in our area to really look for information, instead of going to ChatGPT or another AI, relates to the free click rule. Who knows about the free click rule? Click 1, I open the web page. Click 2, I check out what's there. Click 3, I didn't get what I want, so I go out. Where do I go? ChatGPT. So in Open Access Week, and in making sure that our open access resources are accessible and usable, what is the lesson? Click 1, the journal is there. Click 2, I'm on the actual article I want. Click 3, I can download. Then you see 3 clicks. If you do not get somebody's attention within 3 clicks, you are losing them. So that makes it very interesting for us to think about how do we organize and index our open access resources. How do we make sure that they are actually accessible? Because I can promise you, if I go into a library website and I have to go and first of all figure out where's the LibGuide, and then secondly from the LibGuide figure out where do I get the OPAC, and that's now my click 2, eh? And thirdly, now I have to figure out what journal I'm supposed to look at. My free click, what do I do? Please, not that. So you can see that we have a responsibility if we don't want AI to control the way we think, control what we have as access to information, that we make sure that we actually have those 3 clicks to get to the information. That's very important. And just there, the past was written in charcoal and ink, the future is written in computer language. So for the information professionals, I also have a bit of bad news for you, but we need to learn how to program, because this is going to become an essential part of our work. If we don't know how to program so that information can be quickly accessible, then somebody else is going to do it for us. And they are going to make decisions for us about how we can access the sources and the resources. So just to give you a little bit of information, robots and bots, I think you all know. Bots is something that's fairly common these days, but we also get different types of bots. You get the bot where you provide it with the information. These are the questions, and you provide it with the answers, and it can only answer what you ask it. Or you can get the AI bot, the intelligent one, that can go and source for information wherever it is on the web. So one person was asking me, so if we have bots at universities, and I'm looking for my exam question paper before the time, will this bot be able to find it for me? Well, colleagues, that's one of the challenges that we're now sitting with, is to make sure that some of the information we don't want to have open access are actually still be closed behind our firewalls. So it also brings another interesting challenge, is what do we make accessible and what not? The Internet of Things, I think many of you have heard of that. It means that we use a combination of technologies which are all intelligent, so that we can, as humans in the Society 5.0, sit back and relax. When I am on my way home, I say to, what's her name? The chat, Siri, put on the kettle. Siri is connected wirelessly to everything in my house. The kettle is connected, and here we go. There's that wonderful advertisement where the woman walks into the house and says, "House, play the song." Have you seen that one? It's lovely. You must have a look. And there the song plays. It's a bit like my house the other morning. I wanted to leave to go to work, and the internet was down, and so I couldn't get out of the gate because I couldn't lock or switch off the security. So there I was standing in the house, no internet, and I can't get out. So what does that say to us again? The advantages and disadvantages of having all this technology in our house. In a library environment, the idea of the Internet of Things is that everything that we do in the library is connected and managed online. So again, you can imagine for yourself, open access, even our closed sources. If somebody wants to access it, wants a summary, it gives it to them, irrespective of whether they want the physical source or not. So there are advantages and disadvantages to this as well. Immersive technologies, oh, I love this. Have you ever put on those glasses and played around and you've got this virtual reality here in front of your face? Have you ever tried that? Oh, it's like heaven on earth. All of a sudden, your hands, irrespective of how you move them, they do things. You see the person or the avatar on the other side working like you are working, doing things you are doing. Now the question is, if we look again at how we teach, how we engage, at the open access sources that we've got, what opportunities are there for us to get into a virtual reality world where we can physically, while mentally, engage with the information? But the question is again, will it help us to become more human, or will it erode us to become less human, to be able to manipulate us, to be able to think for us? So that is something that's very important again when we have all this technology to think about it. Digital twinning. I spoke about this at the conference, and I must say it had an immense following afterwards. Everybody just wanted to know what it is. So what is digital twinning? It means that this environment we are now in becomes a virtual environment, not a Teams environment, a physical virtual environment where each of us are there sitting as an avatar, and we can do certain things online while we are actually physically here. So a student that can never come to the library, especially at UNISA where we have many distance education students, they can then go into the library, walk through the library, take a book off the shelf, read the book, put the book back, engage with a librarian, engage with other students. Everything's avatars, everything is running online, and it is a completely different environment, but it looks like the first physical environment. So that is what digital twinning is. And guys, it is really the future. The University of Michigan is already miles ahead of the rest of us in terms of building that digital twinning, that digital future, a campus where people can go to while actually sitting at home. It sounds like the Matrix, yeah. Who of you have ever played Minecraft? Okay, it's a little bit like that, but much more sophisticated. So it's like a game that you play. How many of you like games, online games? I see these young ones that we want to engage. I'm sure tonight when they go home, they are putting that online game on first and say, ah, you know, that's what we like. So what is it that we as humans like about AI? The first thing is that we think and we believe that it is very important because it helps us to expand our cognitive range of abilities and our knowledge. We also think it is important because it helps us to learn, improve our learning, our ability to engage with content. And finally, also, it helps us to make decisions. And that is very important. And that again links to open access. The more information you have, the better the decision you're going to make. The less information you have, the more difficult the decision that you are going to make. So artificial intelligence really helps us to get to a point where we can make better choices, where we can engage with one another in different platforms in different ways, where we don't necessarily have to have this digital divide anymore, or this, in this vast country of ours, your mother or father can be in Limpopo or in Malanga, and you can actually engage with them, not just watch them on Teams and have a discussion. So AI can be used to analyze our past behavior and to identify our preferences and interests, as well as our personalities. And we need to consider this carefully. Because of our past behavior, the AI can customize our research results. So it can shift through a vast amount of information and reduce the time that it would take us normally to do it, and then present us in virtual ways, text, voice, image, making information seeking more versatile, the information that we actually want and that we need. But the key thing here is it picks up on our behavior. It picks up on what we see as interesting. How many of you have gone to a browser and looked for information, and all of a sudden information pops up from the previous time that you were searching for information? What is that? Cookies. And what's a cookie? It's not a biscuit. A cookie is there to follow you virtually, to see what you are interested in, to see what it is that you are liking, so that when you go on to the web again, it's going to give you similar results. So what must we regularly do so that we don't get just similar results? We have to clean our cookies. And again, don't go and eat your mom's biscuit tonight. That's not what I mean. So AI can help us to manage vast amounts of information. It can help us to shift from browsing to asking, meaning that we are more likely to access information relevant to our topic. It can help us to engage in dialogue, and this is a wonderful thing, especially if you have specialists around the world that you want to engage with. The more knowledgeable others, Vygotsky called them. So these more knowledgeable others, like Elon Musk, I think we all want to go and ask him for a bit of money. I wonder if we will share those billions that he's got. But in any case, you know, we all South Africans share and share alike. Where's the Ubuntu? Hey, you know? Because of our perceptions of AI, it means that we trust it. And really, guys, you think I'm just saying that we trust it. Go and look for yourself next time that you actually access an information source. You trust what it says. Most people don't question. And because they don't question, they accept that that which they are reading is the truth, yet it may not be. So, what is the the negative part of AI. First of all, as I said, the algorithms are biased. And unfortunately, they are biased towards us as Africans. If you go and ask ChatGPT to give you a picture of a black man in South Africa, what do you get? Have you tried that? What do you get? An impi, a Zulu impi. That's what it thinks black men in South Africa looks like. That's not true. If you ask it, what does a person from America looks like, the Indians, what do you get? An Indian, like, we see in the Western movies. That's not true. So there's an automatic bias against people that are not Western. Let's call it that. Even if you go to the Western environment, you ask it, what does a German person looks like? Do you know what you get? Blonde hair and blue eyes. Ha! They are not that. So this AI is created in such a way and manipulated. Well, I don't want to say manipulate. Developed. The algorithm is developed in such a way that it has got preferences for certain things. So it shares that preferences with us. So it can lead to discrimination. It can lead to xenophobia. It can lead to all sorts of personality disorders because all of a sudden you ask, are you acceptable the way you look? ChatGPT is going to say to you, no. It shows you these pictures of females that are tall and blonde and thin and goodness knows what. How will you compare your self-image to that? And the person that's already got psychological problems is going to add to that. And by the way, you also know that this month is Mental Wellness Month. So in that context and in that regard, it is so much more important that we are aware of the damage that AI can do to our mental health and wellness. It can also spread misinformation. You can just go and watch a bit of Trump there, and you will see the misinformation and the disinformation. Because again, this AI is not able to differentiate between what is right and wrong. It literally just gives you what is uploaded in its database. It can provide inaccurate and unreliable or even outdated information. And the use of AI can also raise intellectual property issues, especially where the content is used without prior permission. Now we have so much information that we now want to promote as open access. How much of that is filtering through into our ChatGPTs? And we don't get any credit for that. I think quite a lot. So the sheer volume of information makes it therefore very difficult to determine what is reliable and accurate information. Language barriers is also a problem. We only get what's uploaded in English. So any other languages are excluded automatically. The proliferation of misleading information can lead to poor decision making, as well as social and political instability. Then we also have cyber attacks and data breaches. I don't know about the Northwest University, but UNISA is often targeted through cyber attacks. People wanting to get into our firewall at the back, sometimes succeeding in some ways, and then the whole system must be shut down and we have to start from scratch. I'm sure it's not just our problem, I'm sure it is a university problem worldwide. And then also one of the other problems is over-reliance on online interactions that can lead to social isolation. Talking about mental health, people not getting out of their houses, You know, they sit in front of the computer, they believe everything that they read because ChatGPT won't lie. Just by interest, have you ever seen at the bottom of ChatGPT, very tiny, have you ever seen that inscription there? It says, the information provided by ChatGPT may not necessarily be true. Have you seen that? Oh, I wonder how many people. I see my friend there at the back. He saw that. Yeah. Most people, they don't read it. They don't see it because it's in gray and it's tiny. So it's like not important information to know. It's the most important information to know. If you take information from ChatGPT, which is perfectly fine, but you have to go and verify it. You can't just believe that it is the truth, the honest truth, nothing but the truth. It doesn't work like that. You still have to go to the actual sources and go and find the information and verify the facts that's offered by ChatGPT. If we do not think and rethink the way in which we use AI, then first of all, our privacy is going to be the first thing that's going to go. You will be surveyed, or there will be surveillance. You can even now think your computers are on, we are online. We know there's a couple of people logged in, I'm not sure how many, but it can be that there's many more that's logging in, using and having access to our usernames, passwords. So that's something that is an issue. Lack of accountability. This is a big problem because many times people will say, oh, but I got this from ChatGPT, so it's not me. Well, who pressed that button? And whose work is it? Yours or ChatGPT's? I keep on saying to my students, if you want a degree and you have used ChatGPT, you must get a degree. You or ChatGPT? Yeah, so why are you using it? Because ultimately, you are the one that has to go into the workplace. You are the one that has to go and show your skills and your knowledge. ChatGPT is not going to be there with you and it's not going to hold your hand. Accuracy and fairness, we've spoken about this. How accurate and fair do we know the information is? Deep fakes. Have you ever seen this? These are on the rise, colleagues, and they are, for me, one of the more worrisome parts of AI. It is where it shows that you have actually made a video saying something specific, but it's not you. It was created because there's enough information about you on the web so that it can be used to create a video of you, talking like you, saying words that you've said, but it's not you. And especially in this whole situation we find ourselves in worldwide with terrorism and attacks and people getting killed, people getting, what did they say the other day, that slavery is on the rise again. You know, it's like, these are all things we thought we dealt with many moons ago. And now they come back and they are actually here with us again. So the deep fakes are really problematic. I know you think, oh, it can't be so bad. Just go and watch. Overall reliance on AI. Can you switch your phone off or not look at your computer for a day? Who can do that? No. I get, where's my phone? You know, my husband keeps on saying, Lorette, it's 8 o'clock, you must go to bed. It's 9 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock, it's 11 o'clock. He eventually gets so stressed, but I'm busy. You know, I forget I also have a life. And then the demise of information literacy skills. Because we use these technologies to think for us and do for us, we forget how to search for information ourselves. We forget how to analyze the information, how to interpret the information, how to interrogate the information. So where to for us? That's the big question. First of all, AI could be used as a model for human reasoning in the future to help us understand the scope and extent of information that we need to make social decisions. Some of our greatest risks are our inabilities caused by interactions between opposing views. So maybe ChatGPT or whichever other technology can come up with a midway in Somalia or in Israel, and maybe we should ask them what's the way to solve all these problems. Towards a sustainable society, it is necessary to regulate these AIs so that we make sure that we reduce the misinformation that is spread through them. User privacy must be maintained, and that is something that's really important. And many countries, including South Africa, do not have sufficient legislation in place to make this happen. Yes, we have the POPI Act and we have the POIA, but it's not enough because it is so easy to take somebody else's life, your ID, which is, by the way, everywhere, because you all have online services, 60/60, that brings the food, and you've got a Google account, and you have got a Take-A-Lot account, and your bank details are there, your ID is there. It's really not difficult to become you or to create a different you somewhere else. And then ethical standards should also be in place for the collection of data, the usage, and the dissemination by individuals, government, and private organizations. And that's the other thing. A university is a government organization. How are we sharing or minimizing access to information, especially if it's open access, so that it is not used or misused by our AI? My conclusion is really we need more research. This is a starting point. There's a lot of research to be done on how we as humans are engaging with AI, how we think about it, what we think about it. Again, we may be more wary of it or the consequences of it. We also have to ask, is our children, do we know whether a 3-year-old or 5-year-old is able to differentiate between what is real and what is not? If that 5-year-old sees somebody shooting somebody else with a gun on our AI and is not killed, that's what they were going to think. That's what they're going to try and do. And that's not the real world. So those are kinds of things that we have to research further. So for you guys, the young ones, looking for topics for your masters and PhDs, nice topic, this one. AI does not really understand the decision-making that we have as individuals, and therefore it tries to preempt our behavior. But more research is necessary to create a formula or to look at the formula of how we actually decide so that we can have better predictions of decision-making going forward. And with that, by addressing bias, promoting inclusivity and ensuring security, AI can drive significant positive changes across various sectors. The potential for information access and use to empower or erode social advancements hinges on how our society manages the challenges and the opportunities and ensure that information access contributes positively to social advancement. This requires a concerted effort from all of us to make sure we have a society that we truly enjoy ourselves. Thank you. Not go.
I think he's doing fine. Thank you very much, Professor Jacobs, for the inspiring presentation. Do we have any comments, questions for Prof Jacobs? Very quickly, I'll take one. Must it come here in the front?
Just repeat the question, I feel.
Oh, okay. You can ask the questions and then I'll repeat it for the online audience, or you can just quickly come to the front. Yeah.
So what I wanted to ask is, how do we mitigate between issues that challenges that are brought by AI and challenges that we have always been having pronounced by AI? Because then we won't be able to solve them if we can't. How do we differentiate between those?
You know what? The mistake we make is that we don't upload, produce enough. We rely on the Western world to have all the so-called information that's included in the journals, books, whatever. So it's time for us as Africans to really get to the party and produce that, upload that so that it is available. Remember, these ChatGPTs can only produce what is there. It can only summarize what is already there. So if we don't produce our own material, it's not going to change. So for us, it's important that we make the effort.
Do we have a challenge of information management and production, or AI is a problem?
Look, AI is going to be AI. You know, it's got an algorithm. It's going to get the information that you're looking for, and it's going to give it to you. The problem is we don't upload enough. As Africans, we don't publish enough. We think that it's also, and this is quite sad in a way, because if you look at the systems that we have in place on how to publish articles, and you can ask the librarians that work with this, I'm sure you do as well. If you publish in an international journal, you get more money from DEET, you get more status, you are all of a sudden a more accomplished researcher. We don't support our own. We don't support our own journals. We don't see our national journals as having the same quality or same standard of value than the international ones. So many people therefore go and they publish in the international journals that's closed, not in open access. And that's problematic. I think that's where our problem starts, is we ourselves are almost our own worst enemy, because we were told it's only good if it's published internationally, instead of it is just as good if we publish in open access journals. Yeah.
Thank you for those remarks. Okay, Lazarus, you know, quickly come to the front.
Oh, you want me to go?
Yes, please. Yeah. While he comes, there is a comment on the chat. Thank you, Prof Jacobs, for reminding us not to rely too much on AI. I learned that while AI can help us, we need to use our own judgment and critical thinking. It is also really important to verify information before using it and to rely on books and other library materials. I appreciate this plays a role in making information available for everyone. So there's still appreciation for librarianship despite AI being available. Thank you. It's a good compliment, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
My question is about at what stage are we going to evaluate the tools that are user-friendly and acceptable? Because we are only focusing on the negative part of AI, and we have not yet also, as librarians, the AI tools that are useful to our researchers. So when I look at INGA which is a writing tool, and other tools for AI and other tools that are there. We need to ensure that we educate our users. I think there is not much that we can do. Technology is moving forward.
Thank you very much, Lazarus, and you are very right. Colleagues, that's the one slide I took out, which I maybe should have kept in. But they are really wonderful tools, especially because English is not our first language for 99.9% of us. And I do it myself, I'm not a first language English speaker, so I change my E's and R's. Especially when I get, engaged with something, I forget which one it is, and then I just go. But when we write, we're supposed to know when it is an is or an R, or when it's plural or singular or whatever. And then you've got wonderful tools such as Grammarly and Writeful. Writeful is part of your Office 365 applications. I don't know how many of you have tried it. I find it extremely useful. It doesn't write for you, and that's the difference. It actually changes the language so that you have no language problems. So it will take the language issue out. So if your E's and R's are not right like mine, or you forgot it should be plural instead of singular or whatever, then Writeful will fix that. But it gives you the option to decide whether you want to accept it or not. So it doesn't just go and rewrite it and say, oh, here you go, now it's much better than what you could do. And it's a learning tool, because next time I write something, I do think, oh, what did Writeful say? Was it this or that? The one or the other? So there are many such tools that are really helpful and valuable, Lazarus. And yes, I agree. Those are the ones that we need to teach our students to use. Just in terms of referencing, how many of you can reference great? Yeah, it depends on the time of day. But we've got RefWorks that is automated, it does it for you. So there are tools like that, which I really encourage students and us, especially if you want to write an article, use it. There's nothing wrong with that. Even ChatGPT, I am very open with students. I don't mind them using it to get a framework or an idea of what should happen in an assignment or in an essay. It's like Wikipedia, it just gives you clues. But I do have a problem when it's copied and pasted just like that and submitted as the person's own work. So it's about taking that responsibility.
Thank you, Prof Jacobs. I think in the interest of time, we're quickly going to move to the next speaker. We have Karen, if you can come up with their presentation. Our next presenter, it is Karen Concha and Josefa Alfaro, and their presentation is systematic reviews of articles of artificial intelligence in libraries from 2019 to 2023. And they are graduates from the Library and Information Management of the Metropolitan Technological University of the State of Chile. And Karen is currently busy with a professional practice in knowledge management at the University of Chile. And Josefa is busy with her internship, working closely with the director of Library and Information Services at the University of Chile. I'll hand over to them in the interest of time.
Good afternoon to all those present. We're here because Spanish is our first language, so do not miss anything. First of all, we would like to thank the Northwest University for the invitation and the arrangement to make this presentation possible. We are also grateful for your interest on our research entitled Systematic Review of Articles on Artificial Intelligence in Libraries 2019-2093, which in this occasion studied the Web of Science and Scopus databases, being an extended version of the research published in the W 90 issue 2 of South Africa Journal of Libraries and Information Science. Briefly, for context, in 2020, IFLA published a statement on libraries and artificial intelligence proposing actions for the use of artificial intelligence in libraries by governments, libraries, and library associations, emphasizing the transformative effects it has in the workplace, the possibility of aiding ethical use in research, quality information, and training people in the use of it, and mentioning initiatives that were already underway at the time. In addition, recent years have seen an increase in publication of all kinds of artificial intelligence, which led to the question of which of these publications consisted of research on the use of artificial intelligence in libraries in order to get an idea of the state of the art in the area. When asking about the framework of legislation of artificial intelligence in the world, considering the existence of official national governmental documents on the use of artificial intelligence in different countries, it turned out that of October 2023, 47 countries besides the European Union had governmental documents on artificial intelligence. These are mostly national strategies that are 24, followed by 13 national policies, 7 proposed laws, and 6 decrees. Also, it was observed that Peru was the first country to have a national law on artificial intelligence, followed by China, which was a provisional law of generative artificial intelligence. While other countries, such as Argentina and Russia, amended their laws on data security, Canada developed a voluntary act of conduct on the subject, and other countries, as El Salvador, had laws to promote the use of artificial intelligence, but not to regulate its use. As for the years of legal publications, they are two peaks, 2019 and 2022. This result shows that artificial intelligence became a topic of interest for the countries recently, although the few regulatory documents date back 2014, mainly on transition to digital governments, while the oldest national AI strategy is China's, dating back 2017. For the problem statement and methodology of the investigation, this study identifying the characteristic of research on use of artificial intelligence in libraries published between 2019 and 2023, available in open access in the Web of Science and Scopus databases. The present research is a bibliographic type carried out using the systematic review technique. Its approach is quantitative, and its scope is exploratory, since previous research had similar characteristics but are not identical and were focused only on academic libraries and machine learning rather than the use of artificial intelligence in libraries in general. To reduce bias, it was decided to limit the collection to article-type documents, as these have a standardized structure that limit personal judgment, unlike other documents such as opinion columns, letters to editor, or essays. The research was also limited to articles that were open access to ensure the access of the content. The databases selected were Web of Science and Scopus, as they are representative for the world scientific output. As for the search strategy, they were different in both databases because the filters were not identical. Both searches can be visualized in the slide. From both databases, a common total of 702 documents were obtained, which were analyzed by the team to check that they met the inclusion criteria, that they were an article type, published between 2019 and 2023, and they dealt with the use of artificial intelligence on libraries. Once the 74 results were standardized and the 16 duplicate articles from both databases were detected, a total of 58 documents were obtained. 45 from Scopus and 29 from Web of Science. In the case of Scopus, the low number of documents is due to the fact that the term libraries was retrieved from research in areas of science and technology that use it to refer to the form of storage elements in each discipline. On the 58 documents of the study were obtained, data were extracted to evaluate each of the variables that can be seen on the slide in order to analyze what were the characteristics of these documents and their strengths. In the following, Karen will show you the results of the analysis of the documents selected for the research on the use of artificial intelligence on libraries.
Good afternoon. I will start the number of articles per year. A considerable increase in observing in 2022, as can be seen in the graph. We start with 4 articles in 2019, following by 7 articles in the years 2020 and 2021, and the considerable growth in 2022 with 20 articles, which were equal in number in 2023. The next is, as seen in the slide, these are the main terms addressed in the articles retrieved for the research. 19 correspond to definition, perception, ethical use, impact, and role of artificial intelligence in library and the service. 12 explain the use of chatbots, virtual assistant, and bots at libraries. 9 explain the role of library and information professional in the transition to mass use of AI and their role as part of national plans for AI regulation and public policy. 6 explain the benefit of AI in facilitating subject indexing. 3 recommend intelligent systems which use A-through application that improve the information recommended delivery to library user. 2 articles mention types of machine learning, and 7 articles correspond to unique thematic case studies or technological topic that they are implementing in their libraries. Regarding the type of artificial intelligence used in libraries, the ones using the slide were the most named robots, AI for indexing, chatbots, machine learning, and recommender system AI. The type of library mentioned in the articles were 22 academic libraries, 3 public libraries, and 4 national libraries. The rest are divided between articles mentioning other types of libraries not recognized as specified by IFLA or didn't have a definition within the articles. But types of library and types of AI don't generate a market trend in this research because more than half of the articles didn't specify the type of library or artificial intelligence study. And the language of publication in the articles is 82.8% in English, 10.3% in German, and Russian, Portuguese, Spanish, and Turkish is at 1.7% each. The geographical distribution by continent correspond to 40 Europe, 27.2 America, 21.8% Asia, 7.2% Africa, and 3.6% in Oceania. The publisher with the most publication are Emerald, Routledge, Walter de Groote, John and Wiley, and the American Library Association. The country where the publishers are based are United States with 8 publishers, England with 4, Netherlands with 3, and Australia with 2. And the other countries shown in the graph have 1 publisher each. In terms of journal, a total of 59 journals were identified. In this slide, we only see those with 2 or more publications. In total, 8 of 59 journals. Something to be noted in the result is that articles were found that were not fully open access. During the development of the research, it was observed that only 53.8% of the articles correspond to an open access in which the article could be accessed in its totality. On the contrary, 46.2% are classified with green open access, which implies the publication of the article in academic repository, but doesn't guarantee free direct access to the printed version. Finally, to conclude with the research result, it was determined that 41.4% of the articles were funded by an agency, while 58.6% were not funded. Among the top countries with funding were the United States and China with 5 agencies each, followed by England and South Africa with 2 agencies each, and the other countries you see on the slide have 1 funding agency each.
In conclusion, there is a progressive increase in research to document the use of artificial intelligence in libraries worldwide, with a prevalence of North American and European articles that coincide with the countries or funding sources of the subsidized research. Although the trends are not established due to diversity and dispersion of the types of artificial intelligence, libraries, and topics referred to the articles. Among various use that libraries have made of artificial intelligence are robots, indexing, chatbots, machine learning, and recommender systems. It is expected that with the advance of the regulation of the use of artificial intelligence in the countries and the generation of new scientific knowledge on the experience of use, this application will diversify and permit various areas of library work. It's important to add that one of the miscellaneous discoveries of this investigation was that the Web of Science and Scopus platform used in this research present a significant challenge on language distribution. As we were able to observe in the results, the indexers have a low representation of language other than English and concentrate mainly on publications from Europe and USA. This restricting the visibility of work emerging in non-English speaking contexts. Although there is a possibility to involve wider range of language using other databases as OpenAlex, these platforms not only facilitate the access to publications in multiple languages and from different geographical contexts, but also enrich the research ecosystem by allowing diverse voices and perspectives to be recognized, becoming necessary underpinning for the development of open science. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. It is time for remarks or questions. Check the chats as well. Just check. Then we need to refer back to the presentation. Yeah.
Just escape.
Yes, just check quickly. Thanks. And then in the room, any questions, remarks? Okay.
Please, Julie. It's just a remark on them.
Oh, there's just a few remarks. Yeah. No, it's just remarks. I think everybody can read it. Yeah. I'd like to tell the friends that their friends in Chile are very proud of them. Yeah. People are very proud of you from Chile. I think we have the audience from Chile that signed up for this session. Yeah. So we are truly international. Colleagues, at this point, I think we can just, I will call MP from the Research Support Services and Prof Jacobs to come to the front as well. We have something for you. Please. Yeah. Okay, while they come to the front, as it is time for gratitude, we would also like to acknowledge the Tourism Board for their support, the South African Tourism Board for their support and partnership with the university, and particularly with the library, and support also from our library management and the DVC Research and Innovation and the research office that we engage with for the success of this event. I think you can just stand there in the front. The online audience, just take note. We're just handing over some gifts to the speakers. There seem to be no questions at this point. You can take the pictures. Yeah. Colleagues, we're going to break just a little bit, just for 10 minutes. Let me just look at the time. Let's break for 10 minutes. And if we can be back here at 15:35, just a comfort break. Yeah. But there's also still some refreshments here. And also there will be refreshments saved as well at this point in time. Let's take a break after these two. And then we're going to take just the last presentation when we come back. Then it will be the end of the day. Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please?
We will be starting the next session in a few seconds.
Okay, we ready to start with this session? Yeah, our online people are still there as well. Okay, our next speaker now is Ms. Nombuso Zondi, and her presentation is on a review of artificial intelligence implementation in academic services. Lucas, you can assist her to open the presentation so long. Colleagues, while she's busy with the presentation, I'll give a little bit of background about Nombuso. Nombuso is a lecturer at the University of Durban Western, and she is currently teaching accounting and informatics. She earned a master's degree in information science in 2023 and is currently pursuing her PhD, and her research focuses on information science, information seeking behavior, and ICTs, strongly emphasizing and improving information dissemination and accessibility for underserved communities. She also has an interest in artificial intelligence and its implementation in academic libraries. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lady. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would just like to state and just appreciate the many very insightful presentations today. I leave NWU this week having acquired so much knowledge that I believe it will benefit my schoolwork as a PhD student, my work as a lecturer, as well as a professional librarian. It should improve the way in which I disseminate and provide information to the library users. About a year and a half ago, I had just completed, in fact, graduated with my master's in library information science, and was working. Okay. And I was working as a research commons tutor. So my role involved basically assisting postgraduate students with the formatting of their theses and their dissertations, helping them with information retrieval, as well as helping them with referencing. So one day, as I am assisting this student with referencing, I basically notes a grammar error. So I highlight it and suggest to the student that they look at it and try and fix it later. So the student insists on fixing it, and she tells me, in fact, it tells me that it's not going to take long, just going to fix it, and then we continue. To my surprise, the student copies the paragraph, and then the student pastes it onto this web page. And then within a minute, the error was fixed. So curious, I asked the student, what is it, what app or what tool are they using, and what are they using it for? The students say it's ChatGPT. So at first, I think it's just one of the paraphrasing tools that, because I understand postgraduate students to be using paraphrasing tools to improve readability of their work. But then the student further clarifies that no, this is actually AI. it does more than just paraphrasing your work. And it can also write an entire essay for you. It can improve the readability of your work. So fascinated about this particular tool. And I have to admit, I was quite jealous because, as I said, I just submitted my dissertation. So now I'm thinking I could have easily used this tool to improve my work, the readability of my thesis. So now I started experimenting with ChatGPT. I asked this particular app, I'm going to say it's an app, or a tool, to do a lot of different things. And somehow it successfully does everything that I ask. I even compared it to Google. And I found that it was more effective because with Google, you conduct a search and you'll get so many results. So you still need to go through all of these, sometimes perhaps not even related articles or just sources of information. But this particular tool, it provides the actual information. It basically answers your research questions. And then as I continue to explore it, I just began to ask myself a question. So if there is such a convenient tool and our library users can easily find the information that they need, why would the users still visit our libraries? Why would they access our digital libraries as well as come physically in the library to access the printed sources, the printed information sources? And then I asked ChatGPT because I'd obviously instructed it to do different things. So now I instructed it to basically provide sources of information in which they got all the information that they had presented. The results of that particular search, they were in text references in the results. However, there were only a few. So in a page full of information from this particular tool, there's only just 2 in text or sources that have been cited. And also with the bibliography, the bibliographic details of these sources of information that have been cited are incomplete. So a publication, for an example, for a book, you'd find that there is no publication place. There is no edition, or there's not even a publisher. But the author, as well as the title of the source of information, is there. So can you imagine in a book that has been written by the same author that has basically the same title, let's say it's a third edition of whatever source of information. If the edition is not noted in this particular reference, how will I, as a user, know which source of information to consult? Because I need to be able to access the exact source of information that has been cited. So for me, I realized that, okay, as much as this particular tool is convenient, there are shortcomings, which I was very happy because I'm a librarian. I still want users to come to me for assistance. So I was very happy. And then I also thought about how libraries can actually, because as librarians, as library, we are there not because there is no information available. Information is there. We are complaining about information overload, but we are there to simplify the processes in the information retrieval. So if there is a tool or that has been invented or there's advancement in technology that is going to help us easily find or help our users find information easily, why don't we take advantage of this tool so that our users are able to find the information, whatever information that they need easily. So I thought about how perhaps we can use this particular tool to still provide the information services to our users. And then with ChatGPT, there are so many things that we need to consider, because it means that since these references were incomplete, there's a chance that whatever sources of information that ChatGPT or information that is provided by ChatGPT is not credible. ChatGPT is not basically using authoritative sources of information. So I, as a librarian, is to ensure that whilst ChatGPT helps us to find information that we need quickly, but it should also provide sources of information, credible sources of information. So this led to discussions. I discussed this with my colleagues. I also conducted desktop research and got to realize that there are actually libraries that are already using AI for information provision. But most of these libraries are not in developing countries, are more in developed countries. So because of this reason, we decided, and me and my colleagues, to conduct a literature review on the implementation of AI in academic library services. So without a doubt, we know the critical role that academic libraries play in fostering intellectual growth, supporting research, and just providing information literacy for academic communities. And we've also witnessed how libraries have been transforming. This is evidenced by how we have managed to transition from manual cataloging to copy cataloging, how we've been using the copy catalog, but now the card catalog, but now we are using OPEX. So whenever there's a new technology that has been introduced, libraries are always there to use the technology in improving the services that they are providing to the users. So with the advancement in technology, however, there is still a gap in the implementation of artificial intelligence in academic library services. So in our review paper, So in our review paper, next one. Yes. So in our review paper, we explored 3 fundamental questions. We asked, why is AI needed in academic libraries? Because if we are going to be implementing artificial intelligence, we need to know why we need AI in academic library services. What are the advantages of the implementation of AI, and how we can effectively implement AI to optimize our library services? To address these questions, we conducted a comprehensive literature review, focusing on the terms or around the phrases such as artificial intelligence, academic libraries, implementation, as well as library services. We used Scopus as an indexing tool, and then to access the full text of the articles that we use for our research, we used Google Scholar. And we also employed the Boolean operators to broaden our search, which allowed us to conduct in retrieval of extensive sources of information for us to examine the literature review around the AI implementation in academic libraries. We focused our research in articles that were published between 2017 as well as 2020 in ensuring that our findings were rooted in most recent research. So what we observed in the literature review that we conducted is the shift that most organizations, and which also includes our libraries, our academic libraries, are now integrating advanced computer systems that are performing tasks that would have otherwise required a human mind. So basically, these trends are driven by AI technology. So in academic libraries, the integration of AI is basically modernizing information management as well as access. So now academic libraries are using expert system for reference services, robotic systems. So now, basically, you don't need to have a human being shelving or shelf reading sources of information in the library. You can simply just have a robot completing all the work that would have otherwise needed a human mind. So in this way, we are freed up as librarians to focus on more other tasks, whether it's assisting our users with information literacy or perhaps with research. So we don't really need to be in the shelves when we can be doing other more meaningful work. Then why do we need AI in academic libraries? AI is basically serves as a force to address many challenges, such as resource limitations. So in a library where you do not, perhaps there's staff shortages, you can simply just use AI for cataloging. You can simply just do a tag and classify your library resources. AI-driven chatbots are able to instruct, are able to guide users on whatever information that they are looking for in the library. So instead of you sitting there waiting for user queries, AI is going to be there to assist the users that need assistance. So it gives us enough time to address many issues in the society that need the involvement of a librarian. Issues such as the low level of literacy skills, especially in developing countries. So instead of us sitting there and answering user queries that AI is able to actually answer, we can start programs to improve, to support, to promote literacy education in our communities. When we search for some of the advantages of AI in academic libraries, we identify that it obviously improves information retrieval. We're able to search and find the information that we need easily. And we do not need to go through a lot of sources of information for us to find the information that we are looking for. But what was also evident in the sources that we assessed to write our paper is the fact that there was very little that was written about the advantages of the implementation of AI in academic libraries. Whenever an author would speak about an advantage, they will also talk about the issues and the challenges that comes with the implementation of artificial intelligence in academic libraries. The first being unstable power supply, skills shortages, and limited infrastructure. So if already in developing countries we were struggling to get telecommunication infrastructure to the disadvantaged areas, to rural areas. So if we are going to say, basically AI is taking over, and I agree, perhaps you can use it for open access, but if the issue of telecommunication infrastructure in all of these reasons, in all of these areas, is still not addressed, how are they going to be able, how all these people in disadvantaged areas are going to access these AI tools that can help them access the information that they need? Because they will not have access to the internet. There's no other way of accessing these AI tools except having access to the internet. Another issue or challenge that comes with the implementation of AI is the contents basically around the job displacement. Librarians, not basically just in developing countries in particular, they are worried about their jobs. They are thinking that AI is going to replace them. And if you really think about it, if you are thinking about anything and you are thinking of it as it's going to take your job, are you going to embrace the implementation or the introduction of that particular technology? You are not, because you are thinking about your children, you are thinking about your families. So even if we buy whatever robots or whatever tools and include it in the library for information provision, you are not going to use it. You are still going to, you are not even going to promote it. Your users are not going to know about it because I want my users to come to me for information. If I tell them about this particular robot, they are no longer going to come to me. So they might, in that way, they might replace me in this particular library. So if we are really going to be implementing AI or including all these AI tools in academic libraries, we need to basically, we need staff education. They need to understand what AI is and also understand their role in terms of ensuring the information, authoritative sources, the provision of authoritative sources of information. Those are the challenges. So if you want to implement AI in academic library services, it's not going to be possible because me as a librarian, I still want my job. And promoting services in the library is my role. So I'm not going to promote these things. I'm not also going to be training my users in the utilization of these AI tools. How do we then now effectively implement AI in academic library services? Firstly, is through training and development. I am a professional librarian, but just last year, I didn't know of ChatGPT. But my users knew that there is ChatGPT. So if our librarians, can you imagine, I am a postgraduate student, I am doing research, but I did not know of this particular tool. Think about a librarian in a rural area somewhere who perhaps do not even have a library qualification and are not planning on furthering their education. Do you really believe that they will promote the use of AI in improving the library services that they provide? How are they going to train these users? And now we've got social media, we've got TikToks. They are going to learn about ChatGPT. Whether or not we promote it, they are going to know about it. And then they are going to come in this library and ask you about this particular tool. You don't know anything about it. What do then the user think about librarians? So we need training and development, not just for library staff, but also for our users. Because when you search for whatever information with ChatGPT, when you ask a question or ask whatever research question, it does not immediately give you references. So if you are not there, if there's no library, there's just ChatGPT, you are not there to train your users on referencing, do you think this user will further probe this particular tool to ask it to provide references? They don't know anything about referencing. And even if they ask the chat or they ask the tool to provide the sources in which they consulted in the information that they provided, the sources of information or the references are going to be incomplete. So the first thing is ensuring training and development. And also, we need to get feedback from our users in whatever that we're implementing. Are they really able to use the particular tools that we've introduced in the library? Furthermore, we need to ensure that users are able to utilize these tools. We need to look at our users. We need to study our users. That is a very important role of a librarian, because if you understand your users, you are not just going to include any AI for the provision of library services. You are going to check if my users can actually understand the language in which this particular AI tool is in. Because if I'm going to just say we cannot afford to establish a library in a rural area, so we are just going to allow our users access to AI. These people do not even understand the language in which this tool is in. They've not received training. How are they going to use it to find the information that they need? Sometimes they cannot even write. They can't read. They can't write. We know the levels of illiteracy in disadvantaged areas. So perhaps whatever tools that we use to ensure access to information, we need to look at our users. Think about perhaps introducing a tool that would not require them to type, where they can easily ask whatever information, request whatever information that they need orally. And the responses should be in the language of that user, so that we know for sure that it has benefited them. Collaboration. We need to collaborate. I think speakers today have spoken so much about collaboration, because there's so much that we still need to be introduced to as librarians. There are so many skills that we still need to acquire, and we can't decide that we are going to be implementing AI in academic libraries without assistance of anyone. The infrastructure development, we need to address this issue. This issue it has always been there. We are faced with digital divide. So if we are going to now be implementing AI with having already so many issues around the digital divide, do you really feel it's going to improve access to digital technology? It's not, because we do not have the telecommunication infrastructure in these areas is bad. So they're still not going to access the information that they need. What's going to happen? It's just the digital divide is going to widen, because now the people that had access to ICTs and could find the information that they needed easily, it's going to be even easier. And because of that reason, digital divide is going to widen. So what is important is ensuring that we address these issues that have already been there. The only role of artificial intelligence in academic libraries or in any other organization is to increase efficiency. But it's not going to help us address any of the issues that were already existing. So if we are saying that AI is going to help us improve the information or the dissemination of information, if this week we are talking about open access, then we need to ensure that we address the digital divide that exists. We address the information poverty. In that way, we know that AI can actually help us improve the services that we provide. In conclusion, in terms of the implementation of AI, the integration, especially in academic libraries, it requires for us to firstly assess the infrastructure and identify areas in which AI can add value. We already know that AI can automate tasks and enhance user services. But now we also know that developing countries are not benefiting from the use of AI in information provision. So now this requires collaboration, especially technology providers, the government, educational literacy programs, educational institutions. We need to ensure that we secure funding to ensure that infrastructure, people have access to the basic services. They have access to libraries, because without a librarian, this particular user is not going to get the training they require in order for them to access the AI or the information using AI. Thank you. That brings us to the end of my presentation.
There's a question if you're online.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you very much, Nombuso, for the inspiring presentation. It is time now for questions and remarks for Nombuso. I think there are two on the chat, but in the house, there is one there. Oh, so many. Oh, where do we start? Okay, we start with the gift.
I have two questions. As an academic and a librarian, what is your perception of including the use of AI technology in the classroom in preparation for the future workplace that our students will be working at? And the second phase of that question is, what role do you see academic librarians playing in helping the student to be prepared for that future workplace?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think it all comes down to user education, that they need to be educated about what AI is, about the kind of information that basically about the evaluation of reference sources, but the basic information literacy when it comes to AI. I think I'm answering the second part of your question. The first one, please remind me.
So the first one is in relation to including the use of AI technology in the classroom. So including it to capacitate the students to be ready for their workplace. Because in one of the workshops I attended, they indicated that there's currently companies that are listing the capability of using prompt engineering in AI technology as part of the skills that one has to have in order to be employed in certain professions. So my question is, what is your perception in relation to including that in the classroom so that we prepare the students for that particular future workplace?
Okay, I truly believe that there needs to be a module for whatever course or for whatever programs that our users or that basically the students are doing. There needs to be a module that we focus specifically on artificial intelligence. With regards to the use of AI, for example, in completing the assignments or doing whatever research, I do not agree that they should use it. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I just feel like it's going to affect their comprehension of concepts, as well as it will definitely impact critical thinking. Yes.
Just to follow up on the last one. Don't you think that if they're expected to be using the AI technology in their workplace, that we should rather be investing in also maybe acquiring some of that technology that is being used in the workplace, and also training them in the classroom as also as part of, for instance, maybe some of the assessment that lecturers should be setting, or even activities in the classroom.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point, because also I feel like I can't be saying do not use AI whilst there's a module teaching them about AI, meaning that obviously we are in the age in which we are moving towards the use of AI. So I believe it's going to be very difficult for us to say students mustn't use AI, but obviously it's something to consider and just do more research on and see what conclusions we can obviously come to. Thank you for those questions.
Thank you. There is a few other hands. I think we'll both see, and then two more this side, Josefa, and then the one at the back. Very quickly.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Matonsi.
Mine is very simple and straightforward. Any libraries where people of budgets, year in, year out, you are told budget this, budget that, budget this, budget that. I hope I still have a job after this. Okay, what I wanted to ask is the implication of affordability at academic libraries on artificial intelligence, particularly the information part. Where do you look at that?
That is definitely another challenge. I might have forgotten to mention it, but it's actually quite a big challenge, because obviously we're going to require aspect of vice. It means we need to add personnel. So with the limited budgets allocated to academic libraries, how do we then will be able to cover all these things? So it's definitely one of the challenges in the implementation of AI. Thank you for bringing that up.
Take another question. Take another question. I think let's take Josefa, and then at the back there. Yeah.
Mine is pretty short. Is more about opinion. Why do you think the less developed countries are more concerned about safety than more developed ones?
They are more concerned about
safety.
Safety of the artificial intelligence.
Safety of use of artificial intelligence.
Okay.
More developing countries are more concerned about the safety of use of artificial intelligence as compared to Western countries.
Oh, okay. That's another very good question. I believe it's because there still needs to be training that needs to be provided in developing countries. So as they are not trained, as education is not there on artificial intelligence, because as I'm speaking currently, most research in artificial intelligence is mostly conducted only in Nigeria. So basically, other developing countries are not doing much on trying to understand this particular thing that is AI. So obviously, they are less educated about AI. So they are going to be worried because they do not even understand how it's going to benefit them. The only thing that they are worried about, especially when it comes to the staff, they are worried that they're going to lose their jobs. So there's a need for education for both the staff and the users of these tools.
Yes. The online question. Yeah. Anything? There's an online question. Yeah, it's just straightforward. The first one. Okay. Yeah, it's a comment. Complimentary, great presentation. I would like to hear your opinion about the AI strategy. Where does it feature in the adoption of AI in the 4IR approach? I think you did touch on a strategy a little bit. I think it just depends how we interpret information.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand this question, but like I said, we need to start by addressing the issues that have already been there. In developing countries, we are faced with information poverty. Then why not first address that? Because if an information poor person cannot even access information, so now how do you think this particular person, when they cannot come in the library and find a printed sources of information and use it to make informed decisions, how do you think they are now going to be able to access these AI tools and find the information that they need? I hope it answers the question. Liswi, does it? Okay.
Let's take there's a burning question there at the back. Yeah, over to you.
I'd just like to find out, is there a particular reason why you chose to focus on ChatGPT? Because there are so many AI tools.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you have perhaps looked at those, or is there a reason why you didn't mention them, or was the research solely on ChatGPT?
Okay, actually the research is not solely on ChatGPT. It's on AI implementation in academic life. I think the confusion must have been the fact that I'm mostly using ChatGPT as an example because it's the tool that I'm mostly familiar with. But the research, when we're searching for information, when we're conducting the literature review, we used artificial intelligence, AI.
Take one day from the chat also about the relationship. I think this is a collaboration issue with the library and IT. How do we form partnerships, to ensure that the library gets support? I don't know, it depends on your institution. Do you have any partnerships?
Yes, but I believe also it starts with funding. If perhaps the government or the institutions can increase funding, in that way we are able to approach IT companies because now we are able to pay them. I'm also not very much informed on the strategies that we can actually use, but I believe that if there's an increase in funding, then we'll be able to talk to other organizations, talk to other specialists that obviously contribute in the implementation of AI in academic libraries.
Thank you for that, but I think this will reflect, it's external and internal partnerships that's been referred to. I'll take the last one. Yeah. Yeah, just the last question.
Okay.
In your partnership, emphasize on the interpretation in the context of library. We're looking at the partnership external states providers. And my comment, I find it with suicide. We tend to go outside instead of mission. So my comment is basically, so the items about the IT, internal IT within teach. So how IT will go outside.
Okay.
So that I believe the base of relationship must start internally. Internal stakeholder before we outside.
Okay. Okay, by outside, I'm not really talking about external or other organization. It can be a person in our institution, but not in library information science. Yes.
Thank you very much, Nombuso. Can you give a round of applause? I don't know if MP is still here. You can come, Amanda. Sorry, Nombuso. You can just stand there for a picture, just for a minute. Then we have Amanda from the research office. Yeah, just to thank you very much for participating in this informative presentation. Okay, colleagues, so we come to an end now. We come to the end of our presentations. I'm going to invite Professor Jacobs to do the closing, to give us the closing remarks. Just be attentive, we're nearly done. Yeah, it's just the words of wisdom, something to take home with.
Colleagues, firstly, I have to apologize. I always say if you give a lecturer a microphone, you're in trouble because we don't stop talking. So apparently I went way over my time, so that's why you are way over your time this afternoon. But I think in closing, I want to say thank you to Dr. Moyo for your insights, for your examples in terms of collaboration with other countries. And it is really great to see that it has bear fruits, that we have publications and also that we've got this lovely open access journal, which I think if you haven't gone online to see it or to review to view the articles, please do so. Then to Karen and Josefa, thank you so much. I think it was quite insightful to see that most, and now my colleagues not there and asked previously about what should we do in Africa. Most of the articles come from the West. And in fact, in their statistics, they indicated that I think it was something like 48 was published in English, 6 in Germany, the United States and Netherlands, England, Australia are the countries that publish the highest number of AI sources, but South Africa is not there. So we wonder and we consider and we contemplate, because that is where we make our difference. That is where we also give our input. Nombuso, thank you very much for your presentation as well. Colleagues, I think what is important is that she focused quite a lot on the digital divide that we know is in our country. In one hand, we are talking about AI and highly specialized technologies, but on the other hand, there's still millions of people that do not have access to information at all. And yes, you are very right. For many librarians, AI is a threat. It is something to get anxious about. And I do want to say to those librarians out there that are fearful, please don't be. We as librarians need to become embedded librarians. And I hope that you, if you haven't heard the term before, that you go and Google it. An embedded librarian is somebody that's embedded in the academic environment, in teaching, in learning, in research, in community engagement. So where we are now trying to just stay afloat by putting books on the shelf, maybe, or seeing 1 or 2 students a day, let us become the vehicle that takes this forward. Let us be the people that direct the future instead of us being the followers. So with that, I think I will close today. Have a wonderful evening, and I think on Friday we will continue with the discussion. Thank you very much, everybody. Goodbye.